Good morning. I'm in the Thursday meeting. Vilma is talking about work environment and ergonomics. En bra digital arbetsmiljö. Ofta när jag är med på de här träffarna så tänker inte jag från perspektivet att jag ska leta ett jobb där min arbetsmiljö är bra. Utan jag tänker att okej, när jag startar ett företag så ska jag se att arbetsmiljön är bra för mina anställda. Det perspektivet tar jag. It's a nice day. I had a nightmare that was scary. So scary that I woke up from the nightmare. And I think it's because I watched this noir movie. Yesterday. The name was Reasonable Doubt from 1940s or something. And it was, already from the beginning of the movie I started to feel uneasy. Because what they were planning in the movie. And then all throughout they were doing and planning, all felt uncomfortable, really uncomfortable. And then in the end, it made some stuff happened in the movie that made it really confusing, but also so like it's one of those movies I don't know what to feel at the end, like a moral kind of roller coaster or something like that. Very strange movie. It was very intelligent, smart movie. In the beginning I thought the movie was about this kind of thing. And I said, okay, it's uncomfortable, but it's about this kind of topic. And then at the end, I like, wait, the movie was maybe not about that. The movie was about this. And then I had to rethink all the things that happened in the movie. I had to rethink like, okay, what was that? Okay, what was that? Yeah. I don't remember my nightmare. I wish I did, because I felt it was important at the moment. But it was something silly, like there was some hole in the roof opening. I was gonna check a hole in the roof or something. Not this roof, some other roof. I have no idea why it was scary. I have no idea. Right, so I'm gonna continue to listen to this. I don't have it at high volume, so you'll probably not hear. But I'm gonna continue to listen to this. I have my morning cognitive enhancement mix. And I'm gonna share the stream. is my purpose today? Try like that. Cleaning up whiteboards and making a solve enough in Jörn Mysterium before I start working. Yeah. Starting the day with then wait. I forgot to change the title of the... Maybe I'll do that. No, actually, yeah. I'm gonna see if I can change it. Can I change it now? Change settings, title. I can edit. Great. Tistou AI TV. Tistou TV. That's one. Transparently sharing my life as I develop AI systems to finish this my upcoming game Jörn Mysterium, a detective. Detective game played in a real town. Developing using my AI by AI method and use AI theory in development Godot. Aiming for local inference AI. the stream is the purpose. Stream is to do something new and see what is possible. See what's possible and have a rich data set that I can load into AI as context later on, so the AI knows me well. Maybe the purpose is share and attract AI developers to do something novel. See what's possible. Average. I guess that's good. I'm thinking maybe the name of the stream should be AI by AI. But I'm transparently showing a lot of stuff. So maybe Tistou TV is better. But I feel that's... But if I have Tistou TV, then I will not need to change the title anytime. But yeah, that's how it is now. Now I'm gonna share it, and I've completed this task. Actually, I think the title should be, that's for the it's gonna be Tistou TV. It's just gonna be my TV channel, whatever. It's more honest, I think. And then the subtitle or the title, what I'm doing today, is changing. And now, if I click Facebook to share it, it has, what? Why did it move? It still has the old title. Well, whatever. With a work environment lecture, then planning, then whiteboards, plan, game, and that's good enough. Done. Complete. Done is better than perfect. I've forgotten to drink my alcohol. I like this symbol. I created it together with some AI. I think it was Grok. Yeah, I think it was Grok. I made a lot of images, like in different ways, where there were different kinds of eyes or things in a network. I gotta check my notification. Wait, first I'm gonna share on X, so that's done. Because yesterday I had a friend comment on my cool idea, having a rally on the different planets. Neat. Yes. This Girl Sarah is recommending me to focus. When I posted this, I summarized it to that she is warning that I will focus too much on AI and not enough on humans. And I will lose the human. And then I posted that I tried to convince that, like, in order to get extraordinary results, you need to be extraordinary. You cannot be ordinary. Meaning, like, for most people, I will seem not ordinary, because that is what extraordinary is. It means it's not ordinary, it is extra. It is something else. It is not normal. I'm not gonna be normal. I am not normal. And that is what makes it possible for me to achieve results that are not normal. Because results that are normal are already existing in the world. You cannot create a new invention by doing things that are normal. You have to do things that people have not done before. And that is not normal. It's just how it has to be. She says, yes, that is what I do, and you are correct. I feel not many that are absolute best at what they do. I understand that it demands an obsession, that doing the thing nobody else is doing to achieve results nobody else gets. Sounds like you have decided for your way. I don't doubt what is needed to get where you want to be, not whether you going to get result of your efforts. You are also doing that, meaning well. Yeah, because I started with saying you mean well. And she's like an AI now, because she just she's not saying, well, she's switched to agreeing and just making it simple. Maybe she's not iterating her point. I don't know. Maybe because she thought that it's not worth it to go in deeper, that I have decided myself for my way. I don't know. I will just like stuff. I was considering not answering this, because it does, like, reading her message, even though she means well, it takes mental effort to consider her point of view, and it kind of creates a kind of slowing down thing. It's like some weird slowing down happens when you consider some people's opinions. It's like if I listen a lot, if I allow normal thoughts, people who think normal thoughts, if I allow my mirror neurons to mirror their thoughts, and I allow their thoughts and I consider their thoughts, it's like I'm starting to become normal, which is not good for my success. And there's only two outcomes of doing that. It's either that I become more normal and start to agree with them, or I spend effort trying to understand how to formulate words in order to say my reasoning so that they can mirror my thoughts and they can slightly change and be slightly not normal instead, like me. It's either I become like them or they become like it's a connection that creates a kind of collaboration, kind of you become more like each other kind of situation. And that is what I aimed, well, not necessarily aimed that she would adopt my opinion, but that I would find a way to formulate my thoughts so that she respected my opinion or she understood how I thought. But this also takes a lot of time from me and thinking effort from me. And yeah, right now it's worth doing because interacting with people is necessary for mental health and stuff. But later on, if there's more of this, I will have to just not answer and not try to think of it, because it becomes this kind of I have to explain myself, I have to explain myself again, I have to explain myself again, I have to explain myself again. And every time I am nudged to a slightly normal, less extraordinary life. So I'm trying to deal with this in a way that will not hurt anyone and still enable me to reach where I aim to go. But it's going to, like, it is like I start to get all of the business advice, entrepreneurial advice from people who are not yet successful but are reaching, are like very close to reaching it or have just reached it. Or they say something like, be in a room where you are not the smartest person, because that means you're learning the most. Spend your time with people that think business, think entrepreneurial, think solutions, instead of people who are thinking in problems or acting scared all the time, or acting, you know, like be in the environment where you want to grow yourself kind of situation. The mindset that you want to develop develops along, like develops together with, from the people that you are around. There's a saying that you are the average of the 5 people that you spend the most time with. And I think this is an evolutionary good thing for humans, because humans benefit from working in groups. And in order to work in groups, you gotta collaborate. And in order to collaborate, you gotta have common goals. And in order to have common goals, you gotta adjust your goals enough so that they are enough common with other people. Because if you have no common goals, then it's impossible to collaborate. Anyway, 30 minutes in. now she's talking about elderly people at this lecture about work environment. It's strange. Like, this meeting is obligatory in order for me to get unemployment benefits. I don't know if I can call it benefits. It's not a lot. The society is very rich, but yeah, it's this strange kind of institutional feeling. It's like being put in a prison or being put in daycare, like something. Like, it feels like I'm in daycare. It's like maybe there's something I didn't learn in daycare, so then I'm put in daycare until I learn this thing. But most of the things I already know, or I have another level of handling it, and I don't know what this single thing or a couple of things are that are pretty simple, that I haven't learned, and it's just wasting my time and wasting other people's time. It's just the Swedish system of handling this. I don't know if there's a better way to handle it. I don't know that. But it's very strange. My bump is still on my chin. It's the same size as yesterday. It feels a bit sore, which makes me think, and it's changed kind of to a different kind of shape. I think it's an ingrown hair or something. That's what I think. Anyways, so while I watched this about work environment, there's a cleaning of the whiteboards.
Men jag bara jobbar, man kallar det för ofrivillig deltidstjänstgöring liksom. Att jag vill jobba 100 men jag får verkligen bara 75, jag kan inte hitta någonting som är mer. Det kan vara en sån grej. Även att vi till exempel är timvikarier eller sådana saker. Och det är också om jag och Mattias skulle ha exakt samma jobb på exakt samma ställe, så är det sannolikt att jag ändå av någon konstig anledning skulle ha mer statiska och repetitiva uppgifter än vad du skulle ha. Och det är egentligen på grund av att, eller nej, det är inte på grund av att, utan det leder till att min kropp slits på ett annat sätt än vad min manliga kollegas kropp skulle ha gjort, förmodligen. Man kan också tänka sig, nu, jag är alltså 1,5 meter lång. Allt som är gjort för folk som är 1,80 typ ungefär sådär. Så ifall jag ska styra, ni kan ju demonstrera här. När jag sitter på en stol når inte jag till golvet. Alltså, jag når så vidare. Och i och med de här sakerna så slits min kropp mer, helt enkelt. Nu menar jag inte som att det är så synd om mig, utan jag menar man behöver vara medveten om de här sakerna på arbetsplatsen. Typ ställa in en pall som är inte lyfta lika högt med sina armar. Alltså man ska gärna inte jobba med axeln, med armen. Alltså armbågen ska inte vara högre än axeln någonsin egentligen när man jobbar. Det är omöjligt givetvis. Men om jag gång på gång varje dag ska fylla sandsäckar här uppe, liksom, ja men då kommer det vara ett problem för mig. Så sådana saker, det kan man ju ofta komma runt såklart. Och byta arbetsuppgifter med varandra och så vidare. Det vi ser på männens sida, så att den listan är mycket kortare. Det är för att vi ser egentligen bara att män är överrepresenterade i allvarliga olyckor och dödsfall. Jag har ingen exakt siffra, men av de dödsfallen som sker på svensk arbetsmarknad varje år så är nästan alla män. För att män generellt sett jobbar i de branscher där det är mest risk för dödsfall. Typ transport, typ bygg, alltså bygg- och anläggningstransport.
If I develop some super AI system, then somebody might make me disappear because it's so powerful.
Givetvis är det olika saker. Men transport och bygg och anläggning är överrepresenterade, definitivt. Min sista slide. Varför är det viktigt egentligen då att faktiskt ha mer jämlikt på arbetsplatsen? Jo, utöver att människor faktiskt får större möjlighet att göra det man vill. Typ, om jag vill jobba som lastbilschaufför så bör jag ju ändå kunna få göra det. Vilket man ju inte fick förut på ett annat sätt. Vill min sambo jobba i förskola, ja men då bör han få göra det. Även för att han är man och det är ett traditionellt ett kvinnoyrke. Så vi mår ju såklart lite bättre av det, givetvis. Sen säger jag också att sjukfrånvaro är lägre i yrken med jämn könsfördelning.
Både kortvarig och långvarig.
Normer såklart som sagt begränsar ganska mycket. Där ser vi också då, till exempel inom transportbranschen. Många, just den har ju faktiskt ändrats ganska mycket. Generellt sett så är kvinnor mer försiktiga med grejerna än vad män är. Och därför är de också, de blir ganska bra till helt enkelt om man söker jobb idag. Och det har jag ändå sett jättemycket på väldigt kort tid egentligen. Och det gör ju att normen att det bara ska vara män som gör det här, det begränsar ju såklart både för individerna som vill köra lastbil, men inte för att man är en kvinna. Om man nu skulle dra det till det. Och för företagen också som råkar ut med en massa problem liksom, för att de inte är med och hjälper till att motverka problem. Det kan vara sådana grejer. Vi ser också att trakasserier är mindre vanliga i yrken där det finns jämn könsfördelning, alltså trakasserier av alla de sorter. Man ser också att arbetsplatser presterar bättre om man har olikheter och mångfald. Och det här är också, det låter som att jag bara liksom drar till med saker. Det här är faktiskt ändå forskat på. Alltså företag och arbetsplatser och organisationer mår bra av att inte ha en homogen arbetsgrupp. Och med homogen betyder att alla är samma. Alla har samma tro, kultur, alla har samma kön, alla har samma liksom, åsikter, värderingar och så vidare. Har vi den här om vi kan blanda upp det lite mer så man ser också att företag med fler kvinnor i styrelsen har bättre resultat och det är också liksom forskning. Alltså man har faktiskt kollat på hur ser det egentligen ut statistikmässigt och det är det man har kommit fram till. Så det är ganska viktigt och det hör ju väldigt mycket till arbetsmiljö, de här sakerna såklart. Alltså att vi mår bra på jobbet, att vi får göra det vi vill, att vi behandlar varandra med respekt, alla sådana saker. Men även de här, alltså det, till exempel den fysiska arbetsmiljön. Alltså om jag skulle behöva lasta en maskin som är gjord för någon som är 180 centimeter lång och jag är 150 centimeter lång, ja men då behöver jag kompensera det med en pall som är en kollegial höjd. Alltså det är så det ser ut helt enkelt och det är ju inte jättesvårt att fixa, utan det kan man göra. Så det handlar om att liksom vara medveten om de här grejerna. Så att man kan hjälpas åt. Så att alla mår bra. En kort sammanfattning, sista minuten. Arbetsmiljö. Det kan låta torrt, men det är väldigt, väldigt viktigt. Och det är ganska intressant när man sätter sig in i det. När man inspekterar liksom, hur ser det egentligen ut på den här arbetsplatsen, så ser man ofta ganska mycket brister i arbetsmiljön. Det finns friskfaktorer som är bra att känna till, och det var de här som jag gick igenom i början. Alltså att vi har lagom mycket att göra, vi är snälla med varandra och så vidare. Det är arbetsgivarens ansvar att se till att arbetsmiljöarbetet utförs. Alltså de har en laglig skyldighet att se till att din arbetsmiljö är bra nog liksom. Men det är ju också någonting som vi skapar tillsammans. Om alla ni skulle komma hit och tycka att, inte vet jag, det är alldeles för fult här inne. Ja, men de måste ju säga det till mig så att jag vet det. För att annars vet man inte. Man skapar arbetsmiljön tillsammans. Det är viktigt. Annars har några frågor eller tankar eller funderingar. Nu är jag bara som bära den. Om det. Vad bra. Tack så mycket. Tack så mycket. Nej, men jag tänker att det är viktigt att veta, och som sagt att man har ganska mycket rättigheter. Alltså när man kommer ut på en arbetsplats som har dålig arbetsmiljö, då vet ni att det ska faktiskt funka. Du måste faktiskt lyssna på mig, det är din lagliga skyldighet. Kan du säga till er chef, och då får de säga så här. Ja, och så får de väl göra det då. För ibland är det naturligtvis det bemötandet man kommer få, men man vet åtminstone att jag har kött på benen i det här läget. Tack så mycket för idag.
Now they have rounded off.
Så vill jag säga till er allihopa att det här är sista veckan som vi kommer att vara här nere. Nu under sommaren så ska de göra golvet här, så vi kommer inte kunna vara här. Och då träffas vi där uppe, och det skriver jag givetvis i mejlet till nästa vecka också. Men nästa torsdag så träffas vi där uppe i konferenslokalen. Även typ med digitalt.
Där uppe.
Om det är någon som ska komma där. Vi var på er.
It's done, the Thursday meeting. On Monday, if I remember correctly, my plan was to do the production related things. And I was thinking of squeezing in some AI theory. Because it is the AI theory that I've studied that has led to the solution that I am working on now. So if I keep studying AI theory, more ideas will come from that space into my developing system. And I will be more certain about solutions that I have. And being more certain is important in order to gain momentum and work efficiently as well. But I wonder if it's like having the day like that doesn't give me a lot of space. Like I have to write downwards, so I'm thinking maybe changing the orientation. A little bit of interaction design change. And now that I think of it, on Monday is like the morning of the week. And the most important things should be done. And maybe that's not production stuff. Maybe that's actually working on a game. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I think I put production here on Friday. Production. Monday. Maybe Monday is cognitive enhancement day. Maybe that's the most important thing. I feel like I'm gonna move this down. And at the top I will have my main goal that I don't have to change until I've achieved this. And it will be, I think it's the sprint goal. Which is full game mech plan. Good. Now I can get to the week. That's the week. And here, under here, I'll have space. This needs to be clean at all times. Well, because when I get an idea, I need to be able to have a whiteboard that I can quickly move the camera to stream and write an idea. This needs to be available. And I think I'm spending a bit too much time thinking about this plan. I think I should, my weekly plan, I think I just should populate it with the stuff that I need to do, and then gradually I'll move things around. That's also why I moved it down here, to make it easy for me to change. Monday, let's give it some I feel like I need some more space for every day. Maybe something like that. Put some notes. Sometimes I have a different task management system. I have these nodes, I have my whiteboards, and I have my digital backlog, and then I have these nodes under my computer. It's not a super structured system, it's like constantly evolving, but it constantly also needs cleaning up. So I'm thinking maybe I should... The good thing with always having like these small notes is that on these notes I can both write text and I can very easily draw stuff, images, like these lines. And I just have to write main timelines, and then write them, because this makes it so, like, I create a symbol for a concept. It makes it much easier to mentally sort and have it in my mind. This is how it looks. And the meaning of this is that it's a feature for my detective game engine, where you basically can see the timelines of each character in the game. What they're doing at the beginning of the day and during the day, like where they are and what they're doing. So this helps writing the underlying truth of the game's story. And these intersect with each other, like they go like that to different scenes. And yeah, so I think I'm gonna keep this like ideas that have not been put in the backlog to be worked upon can be here. What I also can do, I can take a photo of this image, of these ones. That's also something I can do. But I think what I will do is actually dedicate a space down there and I will say like game engine features. And then I can just put them there, and when I have enough, or when I need to start thinking about the game engine, then I grab these and I go through them. This means whenever I get an idea, I can easily just grab one. I don't have a piece of tape, so that's a bit of a friction. I gotta get that, but at least I can. The most important thing is that I can easily, when I have an idea, I can just grab this and start writing directly without getting distracted. And then when it's done, then I can post it there. It is risky to have, like, there's a big negative thing of having many task systems that have many different purposes, is that things become very complex and you forget things. Like, it's easier to forget things that are complex parts, but it has potential. So it's a weighing. Yeah, you have to decide if you're gonna do it or make it simple. Anyway, cognitive enhancement. Cognitive enhancement, AI studies, and repetition. That's why these are here. These are things I need to study. And lastly, maybe overall planning and evaluation, maybe. Sprint planning. I think that's Monday. Takes care of the most important thing, being intelligent and having a working mind. And then the next important thing, AI studies and repetition. And the third most important thing, to align myself towards my goal thoroughly. And if I'm aligned towards my goal, then I can easily work towards my goal. I think Saturday will be a production, or Friday might be, because there might be overflow of work. I kind of feel like I want to put it here on Sunday, but also it's a risk of overworking if there's no day that is free. I'm gonna take the risk. Production. And this is just sprint goal, so it's let's just say sprint sprint. So this is kind of a relaxing day, because planning always is a relaxing for me. It's something I never feel stressful about doing. Studies takes effort. So it kind of creates a kind of stress. Yeah, that's good for now. That's done. I'm gonna check how long I've streamed for 1 hour. And it's 30 minutes until I take my next cognitive enhancement part, and I'm gonna continue working on the plan. I'm not sure how to do it though. I'm not completely sure that I should be planning, because I kind of already am aligned. At least I think I'm aligned, but maybe that's why I need planning, because I just think I'm aligned. I have this big document. Oh right, GIMP is going to lag because I haven't changed the OBS optimization yet. This is my previous big whiteboard of a bunch of things to consider when planning. It is it's a lot of cleaning up. It's a lot of small decisions to make here, and big decisions, a lot of decisions. I wonder what the most efficient way to do it is. I'm thinking about my prioritization methods, and one of my prioritization methods is to, when there are a lot of tasks that needs to be done, and every task needs to be done, do the simplest task first, because the main problem is that there are too many tasks. And I'd rather have, like, if I have 100 tasks that needs to be done, and everyone needs to be done, and yeah, there's just too many tasks, it gets overwhelming, then I can spend an hour to work on the hardest task, and that's the eat the frog method, which is the recommendation to work on the most important task that you have, like, that you have been avoiding, or like the most toughest piece of work at the beginning of the day. That is one method. I can spend 1 hour doing that and get one task done, but it's a huge task. Or I can spend 1 hour working on the simplest tasks, and then I can delete maybe 10 tasks. This deletes a lot of complexity, so I end up with a much smaller task set than if I would have just deleted the frog task. Then I would still have the same kind of challenging amount. So, and each task even if they are simple or hard, still take up a task place in your brain, which creates cognitive load. So when having a lot of tasks, I think it might be best to just do the simplest, the fastest task done first, to get cleaner cognitive load. And I think that is to clean this whiteboard, because I'm seeing this all the time and it distracts me. So yeah, I'm gonna see if I can deal with each of these things directly. This whole design, I want to keep it, but it doesn't need to take up this space. We're gonna draw it on a little note. We have the 4 months on top, and then we have the big game sprints, and then the first, maybe like that, we'll get some more space. First sprint, or the first large sprint, and then we have these steps in these. These are 9 steps. And then the first sprint is here. What I'm doing right now. No, it's not the first sprint, it's the first step. And the first step is several sprints. I haven't counted how many days I can spend on each one. And then I can info up here. Okay. I have that one. Good. My mind already feels a bit easier. Let's see what we have here. That's a bigger chunk, that's a smaller chunk. I accidentally erased some hierarchy of games. Something keeps the focus on what needs to be done, not the time. Can be refined as it goes, because the history of tested goals, hierarchies. Right. It says not games, it says goals. Goals. Hierarchy of goals. Right. So instead of having time as the headline, like June, July, August, September, I would have the goals as headlines, and then divided into sub-goals and stuff, and then that part is divided into time. And that would keep me focused on the goals instead of the time. But I kind of need to focus on both things because I have a time limit. It's hard to meet a time limit that is long because it's hard to time estimate. So that's where I need to focus on time, big picture time, month time. But at the same time, I don't want to focus on looking at time passing by kind of mindset. I want to have a directed focus of I need to achieve this goal. But the problem with flow state is you forget time. How do I do this? How is it done? Maybe I'll do both. I have not tried the hierarchy of goals thing yet. What's good with focusing on goals is that it becomes more practical, and I'm thinking more about goals. If I have all of the goals that I need to do to finish the game, and under that I have like a timeline, then I can more easily think about the time it takes to do each goal, because I'm goal focused. So maybe I'll actually do this hierarchy of goals instead. Mainly because I haven't tried that system before. So it would be like my root goal system, just that And then this space will basically be a kind of limiter which represents the limits of time. So I cannot do I cannot work. I cannot achieve unlimited goals. I can only achieve a limited set of goals. So then I would do that design instead of this, and then at the end down here I would have time. And then one of the big sprints would be like this, that, and steps. 9 steps would be there, something like that. Okay. This was more beautiful, but this is new and innovative. It grows my mind of possibilities. Good. I have checked with that one. Now, things you can do in June. This helps me plan what to do in June. And I already checked Ansloth. It couldn't work. And I haven't compared Quen to Gemma. But I think Gemma functions. I'm gonna compare Quen and Gemma functions. I've kind of already decided to go with Quen for software development. Would Quen be better than Gemma functions? Okay, it's just not recommended Gemma. Done. plan with free AI. That is already a tool I have in mind. That's already the agenda. So we can look at AI tools, develop with free AI tools, develop with local AI tools. Developing with local AI tools, that is also already in the plan. To work with Quen. Develop with free AI tools. I haven't considered that a lot, but basically just asking, like ChatGPT, can you write this function? Maybe I can use AI to review, because developing with free AI tools, it means to not be agentic. The negative part, it cannot read and write files on the computer directly, and there's more manual work of copying and pasting. But I can copy and paste a lot of files at once to get a lot of feedback at once. So I can use this more selectively. Maybe at the end of every sprint. End of every day. Once every day. QA. QA one time every day. How do I fit that? I guess I put that in my weekly. Or should I put that also here on the whiteboard, on this whiteboard? I just got an idea. All the things that should be on the whiteboard, I can make a post-it and put it on the whiteboard. Good. Free cloud AI QA once every day. Send many files. Review architecture. It will basically be my, instead of me having a QA agent in my root AI theory, I will have that role, but I will outsource some of it to cloud AI. Look at AI tools, evaluate AI tools, API access. This is an important one. Quality, time, and cost. select specific tools for, yeah. This is probably the most important thing I can do in June. Maybe, it might be. All as tools that are needed. Evaluate and pick. I need more than a post-it for this. What is the best? I don't need more post, I need a smaller pen. This one needs to be here. Great. Good job. I'm gonna bring this little post-it stack to my desk. And then I can continue the same kind of work, but from my screen. I can translate the things here one by one into post-it if I want to. But first, before that, I'm going to consume the next cognitive enhancement mix. For that, I'm going to put it I'm gonna do a little washing dishes break. Just clear my head a bit. amazed at how resourceful I am when eating. Because after I've done my dishes, I rarely have to scoop up anything that's stuck in the filter at the drain. I eat every particle of my food. Still too hot. Some glare in the... I haven't breathed outside air yet. Some good air there. Okay, let's see if my new working method works. Legend. Only needs to be done once. Develop, install software to do a lot of times. Connect AI to do a lot of times. That is no longer the case, because this is not going to be a root AI hierarchy, root goal hierarchy of the theory. It's just a hierarchy of things that needs to be done. Sometimes it requires software to be installed. Sometimes, well, all of them needs to be done once. Connect AI to do a lot of times. That's sometimes the goal. Okay, great. No human goal. Why? We don't need to gather info to create software. When the game features are done, then we are done with AI and software. Then we can use the software to make the AI. This is the reverse now. We will only have human goals. Make the whole game at once. This makes sense. This is... yeah, make the whole game at once. It's a philosophy. If I just write the post-it of make the whole game at once, check GIMP file. The ink is full, but still it was not performing super well on the last line. Okay, so that's one thing. And this post-it refers to this, so I don't need to write everything, but I need to understand it. Why? If I write the full narrative first, dedicating a month, I still have to put it into the game prototype and then maybe rewrite, aka deleting the work I did when I thought I could write the whole narrative. This is a long iteration. It is better to have short iterations. Iterate to make builds of the game for these goals. All features, playable, ugly, but feature complete. Is that step 1? Or goal 1? It's not the big iteration, but it's not the steps either. All features playable, ugly but feature complete. I can start doing this in maybe already if I can start developing it with local AI. Quality complete, beautiful and playable, feature complete. Yeah, then we improve the quality. This is kind of like the steps. And then all content, full playable game, unpolished. Put all the content in. Right. And then maybe the quality will be good. And then point 4, beautiful full game, feature complete, content complete, polish complete. Every iteration produces a playable, so it can be reviewed and improved in the next iteration. Yeah, this is important to have. Leverage AI to finish the game ASAP. Select specific AIs and software for each goal. Research until approval quality is found without testing, only reading, seeing demo. Leaf executor, it's either software or AI. It's installed, developed, local cloud. High quality must be yes. Time must fit timeline. Cost must fit budget. Leverage AI to finish the game ASAP. I think it connects to the other one. I'm gonna make a separate post-it anyway. Good. Next. Overall philosophy. This is a good simplification of everything. I think this is a good, like a, it becomes like a, also a hierarchy of philosophies or something. That also goes on the whiteboard. Non-software work, only in calendar. Yeah, this still needs to be like in the back of my mind, I think. Or but it should not contain the specific tasks, because that distracts too much. So this is also important. And what do we have next? With iterative process, you will have a game in time here. The playable build becomes better and better until the time runs out, and that is the final polished game. How do we summarize this principle? Iterate to finish within timeline, deadline, iteration, iterate, something iterate. Iterate is the solution to PD deadlines. This is also an important principle to remember, to be fully aligned here we have the big iteration and packaging. We're already going to have this system. Actually, let's make post-its instead of this design here with the... Let's make a post-it out of that one. Finish game software. That is the root goal, and then we have big iteration, two of them, and then we have steps, and then at the bottom we have a timeline. The timeline should be 5 months, and that is to keep October, and the only thing that's in October is packaging, because this we need to package the game. And in order, after we have packaged the game, we cannot update the game anymore because the USBs are packed inside the boxes. So it really emphasizes that this is the only time I have left. I cannot push beyond October. That is impossible. Big iteration leading to a full H2 game, that is already in the steps. So let's see if there's something missing here, because that was a text to describe this image. Yep. And here we have make Godot project, Godot Windows settings, build and generate character image. These are part of the AI hierarchy system that we're not gonna have it on this whiteboard. The overall plan is going on this whiteboard. Okay. Here we have something interesting. It is a future. It is a step to develop this. Where do I have the 9 steps written down? I think this goes into one of the, I think one of the steps are written down here somewhere. Yeah, here. Plan the mechanics, plan the map, software, design the mechanics, design the map, plan the engine, and here is where this comes in. Yes, it's one of the steps, one of the later steps or middle steps, okay? And it's only this was a simplification. Can I make this MVP version in 1 week within budget? That was a desperate attempt to see if it was worth it to do this. It might be good to dedicate 1 week only to develop this. And then if I cannot develop in a week, I will have to scratch this tool completely and make the game basically manually, dragging all the scenes and everything, stuff, the keys and stuff. But the game mechanics should already be there, so it should be pretty simple to. I just feel like this is such an easy way to do it. Like, we're gonna encounter bugs doing this, but we're not gonna encounter any bigger problems. Well, maybe API access to AI tools would be one problem, but it's just a feature limiting problem. It doesn't limit it's still extremely valuable, this kind of game engine. Still valuable to iterate. So let's just remove this part down here. So we don't limit ourselves unnecessary. Removing requirements. That's one of Elon Musk's 5 algorithm step plan. Actually, let me just rehearse that plan because it's pretty good. Make the requirements less dumb. Every requirement should be treated as a mere recommendation unless it stems from the fundamental laws of physics. Challenge every constraint and assign a specific person's name to it. Never accept an abstract origin like the safety department. Delete the part or process. Then we lessen the requirements and then we delete. Remove anything that isn't absolutely essential. Musk argues if you aren't eventually forced to add a deleted part back at least 10% of the time, you aren't deleting enough. So that's good. Even though I deleted this, I might need to add it back. Simplify or optimize. Only after proving that a component or process is truly necessary should you refine it. Econom trap. Yeah, this is the whole idea of this of making this game engine is to simplify and optimize the work. And this is why this part is later in development, so we might scrap it. Then accelerate, streamline. Well, I guess that's also kind of this work. And then automate. This is creating the AI theory root thing, where I just press a button and the game is done. Okay. I think I should make a separate image where I just have this image, or a folder or something, some place where I can keep game engine features. I have that little place down there, but that is for post-its, not for digital things. So either I print this to get a physical version of it, or I put it in a folder somewhere. I think I will put it in a folder on desktop. And it will just, that will be, it's a bit risky to put things on desktop. I usually upload things to a cloud service like Google Drive, because if my computer breaks, I still have access. That was number 2 of my cognitive enhancement. Green tea, cacao and alcar, and some Ayurvedic spices. But if I put it in a Google Drive, I want it on my desktop to easy access. On my desktop, I want a folder that connects to my Google Drive. I know what I'll do. I know what I'll do. I have this document. So the fact that I didn't think of this at once is the same thing I was talking about earlier about having many different kind of task management systems. Is you forget which one you should be using. What do you call this? Full, not game mechanic plan, game engine plan. Game atelier. Good, and in this one we have, it's also the Google document. and we are just simply going to do this kind of raw business action. We're just going to take a screenshot of that one and just put it here. Boom. So when we come to this sprint, we have all of the images that we need, any ideas and stuff. Perfect. Right, now we have a text. It's a bit hard to read, so maybe I should be adding a white. Can I say that it should fill with white? There we go. What? Surely I added it, yeah. There we go, much easier to read. Once the City Detective Game Content Populator, oh that's the name, City Detective Game Content Populator, not Atelier. Game Content Populator. No, the Atelier, I think it's different ideas. The populator are a set of features that just populates the game with content. It doesn't contain all of these features regarding creating story beats and creating like manual kind of work. The populator is simply it's very simple. You just click to generate, and then I want to change this, I want to change it, click to generate. Maybe it's the same as Atelier, whatever. Once the City game is already complete, I can iterate fast on the content to make it a polished game. There is a risk associated to developing this, since I don't know how long it takes or how much tokens it costs. Yes. Once it's working, the software takes care of making scenes and handling everything in Godot, so there will be no human or AI mistakes since the software follows its algorithm strictly. A human might add a wrong element in a scene, etc. Oh yeah. If I do the Godot project manually, I will make bugs and errors. But if we make a software that works flawlessly, then every time I click to add an item somewhere, it will correctly add an item somewhere. I only need a software AI to develop it. Once it's done, it should be connected to AI asset creators only. Images, audio, etc. So the filling of assets into the game becomes very seamless and freshly flowing easy. It's easy to see what needs to be improved in quality and easy to upgrade assets by just rerunning and editing them in the City Detective Game Content Populator. I'm just gonna do the same kind of thing as before and just make slightly, give some space to this. Something like that. This is a good workflow, and I absolutely love that I'm streaming this, because usually when I create great workflows I forget to use them later on or in a different time. So this is a good way to record these kind of workflows. So what do we have here? Fast iteration on new game ideas once done. Increases quality. Oh, this is arguments for the game atelier. This can increase quality because I can iterate faster. Only need AI to develop, plus HQ assets for AI need to create HQ assets. Risky, time unknown. Once working, no human mistakes. Yeah, I've already... this one... Wait. That's why this text is. This text is to explain this. I see. Okay, well then I don't need this anymore. Except I didn't say things like increasing quality. Or did I? It's kind of in here. It's easy to see what needs to be improved in quality. That sentence it's confusing. I think that I kind of ignored it or something. We're gonna rewrite this one a little bit. The city game content populator increases the quality of the game since it allows for fast iteration. I think that's it. I think that's enough. Let's take a new image. Delete the old one, add that in. Okay, done. Okay, how to work with AI on this. AI changes so many files. I have to work more manual with AI, being more focused on tasks, not asking to develop features, instead develop individual functions for files. Observing the code that is written and the logic behind it comes from me first understanding the plan. Any change starts with making a plan of what needs to be done. Then I can review afterwards. If it has been done successfully, the AI can write it and I can review and test it. I think this goes into the first foot. Now it's raining. Love it. This is the challenge that I've been tackling this year. Since March or so, or I don't know, maybe earlier. Since I went agentic, since I installed AI on my system. Because AI says it can do everything, but it cannot. So you have to learn by testing to see what AI can do and what AI cannot do. And you should not give it tasks that it cannot do. Even though it says it can do it, it does it with confidence, and it makes a result. But the result is not good enough. So you gotta only give it tasks it can do. And that is, you have to basically learn how to use the tool. What to use it for and what to not use it for. And that's why reviewing the work of the AI is necessary to do. So you can have AI work for you and do work, but you have to review all of the work that the AI does somehow, in some way. Let's add that to this. AI should not do all tasks. even though it says it can, and it produces something. That's something. This means I need to know what tasks to give the AI and what tasks not to give. In order to know this, I must review all the work that AI does. AI will still save time by doing work, but human time must be used to review each piece of work. This means I must know what is good work and not. Thus, I must have complete understanding of the overall architecture. Basically being lead engineer, something like that. And the question is if this should be on the whiteboard as information or not, or if it should be in the sprint. Is this a task? Is this a goal? No, it is a piece of knowledge. It is more like a principle, and I think it needs to I need to repeat it often to remember it. Okay, good. Oh, this text was connected to explain this one. Or just make the game. Everything custom made, increases quality, easy, simply make how to work with AI and this tedious human mistakes. I feel happy that I got the solution to this question, how to work with AI on this. Because this was a real challenge before, and now I know. But still the bigger picture, or just make the game, that is a big question. It's still a big question. And I think we will take this and just put it in here. So this will be a little bit of distraction from this sprint, because if I think I should work on this sprint, then I come here and then I see this, and these questions, should I even be working on this sprint? So it might be the right question, but it's going to be a heavy question to deal with at that time. But if I have the answer, then it's easy to deal with that question. And if I don't have the answer, then I need to find the answer. And if I never come to this sprint and I just make the full game, then I basically have done this. and then I don't need anything here. So I think it's optimal way. Review, plan, Gemini, Grok, and Cloud. That's a good thing to remember. It's easy, and I'll basically put this here. Oh, did I put two of them in? And put one here. Fit in real days and weeks. This needs to be on the whiteboard. Fit sprints in real days, weeks, steps, fit steps and sprints in real days, weeks. Fit all steps and sprints in real days and weeks. Purpose: to make sure I hit deadlines and yeah, that's it. To make sure I've hit deadlines. That goes on the whiteboard. The first step of planning the game mechanics feature complete Godot project requires a complete game design document with interaction design. So everything is as waterfall as possible, but it can change after the mechanics are in place and have been tested with players. But develop all first step of planning the game mechanics feature complete. Can change after the mechanics are in place and have been tested with players. Right. That's why I'm doing sprints. I'm gonna put this in my sprint, in my first sprint, game mechanicals plan sprint. So I create a complete game design document with interaction design. So I make sure this is in the updated mechanics plan. And here is the image, complete game design document, interaction design. This gives me a different focus. This is a different kind of role that I need to take, which is connected to the role that I take at this whiteboard, which is to design game mechanics. And also, like, it's also different, like, because those are the features that I need, but then I also need to go into interaction design mode, where I think about the experience of clicking buttons, how big, where, when, do. And this should be part of this first sprint of the planning, full planning. And here we have 9 deadlines. Can we change the... Should we change the size of it? The 9 deadlines. the 9 deadlines or steps per big sprint. There's a lot of text here, and this goes on the whiteboard. The first one, planning game mechanics which you complete, that is the first sprint. And then comes the other, well, maybe not sprint, maybe I need 2 sprints for this, or maybe I can do it within 1 sprint. I feel happy because I'm succeeding with going through all of this stuff that yesterday felt very daunting to deal with all of this. But now I have a really good system to work with this step by step. 9 deadlines, steps, plan, mechanics, feature complete. I feel like I can copy the text, I just realized, if I want to put things in this place. Overview, no. 9 steps. One, 2. Plan mechanics, plan 3D map, develop mechanics, HQ using AI. Let's check out the steps here. Right, I was thinking of dividing this developing mechanics into full feature and then HU quality. Maybe this should be AI. No, this proves the HU part. It says here, no API. This proves that AI can produce good. Oh, it's such a good thing that I wrote this text the same day that I did this whiteboard. That was such a good move. That was such a good thing. It really clarifies this stuff. It's not necessarily that I needed to translate this into something readable. It's more like I needed to reflect upon this to improve it, to improve my understanding even more. Because this text contains more than I first intended with drawing this whiteboard part. But the idea is to make it full feature and then make HQ. I'm gonna add this ugly little actually this arrow here might be that I don't need. Fit real days. Oh yeah, that's just fitting it. this here. Using HQ, and that is the step 4, yes. And then develop map is step 5. Develop engine is step 6. No, plan engine. Then develop engine is step 7. Then use the engine. And use the engine. These are this is the overarching plan of one big iteration that produces one complete game. The 9 steps of one big iteration produces one actual game. Okay, good. This is really good. This aligns me. This makes me feel safe that I can focus on this sprint. And I know that when I'm done with this sprint, I can continue with the plan. It offloads my working memory. Okay, let's just rehearse what's going on here. 9 deadline steps. Plan mechanics, feature complete. Then step 2, plan 3D map software tool. Produces assets ready for Godot project, including optimization so the 3D world works smoothly in the game. Then step 3, develop mechanics full feature, only mechanics. It is only the mechanics. Then develop mechanics HQ using AI. Now we introduce AI to produce assets. But we don't use API, we can use free AI. Or, well, we can use any AI that produces a good enough result. This proves that AI can produce good enough result. Specific AI tools are chosen. AI tools are evaluated based on quality, time to produce assets, and cost in tokens. But the evaluation should actually be done here in plan mechanics. Oh, then I just got rid of that image. No API. This proves that I'm gonna copy this. Select AI tools. No API first, or with API possibility, because we need to add it into the engine. Or local. Local, or we prefer local. We prefer local. This proves that AI the plan must contain proof, images, etc. that AI can produce good enough results. Specific AI tools are chosen for each AI call. AI tools are evaluated based on quality, time to produce assets, and cost. Good. Perfect. Flawless, at least. Maybe not perfect, but flawless. And then we come to step number 5, which is to develop the 3D map software. And then we use the plan that we made here. Produces assets ready for Godot project, including optimization of the 3D world works smoothly in the game. Good. And then we come to step 6, which is planning the engine. Features to populate the game with all assets and connecting AI tools selected in Develop Mechanics HQ step. Develop Mechanics AQ4. That's step 4. We cannot plan the engine earlier because, and then I listed the because. We don't know what game mechanics the player approves and how to develop. Mechanics, the oh. Plays out. The engine is potentially something to cut off and not do in case we run out of time. This gives buffer to just make the game. But if we cut it off, we also risk making human errors. Then we have seven, develop engine. Follow the plan. Feature complete software. What? Where's that plan? It's a plan engine. I guess it's the plan from the before. Yes, it should be feature complete. Feature complete MVP. Wait. What? Why did that 6 disappear? Okay. Here. Yes, this one should be here. Plan atelier. Goods, No. Let's put that on a line here. Good. Atelier, features to populate the game with all assets and connecting. AI tool selected in step 4. Develop mechanics HQ. Feature complete software MVP. We cannot plan the atelier earlier because we don't know what game mechanics the player approves and how the develop mechanics step 3 plays out. Plays out what players think and what we end up developing. What game mechanics we end up developing. Okay, good. The engine is potentially something to cut off and not do in case we run out of time. This gives buffer to just make the game, but cutting it off means we work slower manually and risking human risks. Step 7. We develop the atelier. Follow the atelier plan. Use the atelier to populate with all parts of the game so the game becomes a fully playable game. Is this step 8? Yeah, it's all content, all organizations, everything. Good. And then lastly, we use the atelier to improve quality, to iterate on the game, to improve quality of parts of the game until we hit deadline, and that is the final game that we release. The game becomes better and better. Game becomes better and better until we hit deadline, and that is the final game that we release. Okay, every deadline is hit by iterating several times so that we always get something at the end of each. This is agile to hit deadlines. This is tricky because a sprint might become just a couple of days. Every step contains several iterations, a couple of days, probably. Okay, we're getting close to the end here. It feels great. The root goal system is basis for the city detective game atelier. Yeah, that is evolved from this into my AI by AI automation workflow. And yeah, I should add that to my, whiteboard on the Monday. root AI theory. These are three things. Make them separate from each other. AI studies means learning new things. Repetition is part of studies, but I don't know. Somehow I need to divide it like that. Oh, here we have a bunch of stuff. Okay, we have those two. I'm gonna take a little toilet break, then get back. train is going north. It's a cargo train and it is a passenger train. Or is it? I've never seen that combination before. Okay, let's deal with the last complicated thing. These are suggestions of sprints. I think this is the suggestion for sprint 1 and sprint 2. Semi-waterfall method. 1 step per waterfall plan. This is not really waterfall, or like one, if you just do one sprint, that is the same as waterfall. If you only have 2 sprints, then you have less. Technically you're not doing waterfall, you're doing 2 sprints, but it's not that much different from just a regular waterfall method. It's when you have a lot of sprints, that's when you really get the benefit of hitting deadlines and all the benefits of agile. 1 step per waterfall plan, several iterations in 1 step to reach waterfall plan. Yes, already written. Use backlog system. Yes, already done. In June I can plan the whole waterfall with AI first equal AI plan. Using free AI tools. Yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. I wonder if I should be explicit and say that somewhere. I can. It's an option, and it is what I have already decided by making this plan and making these steps. These 2 I can definitely do in June. It's connected to that, if I want to. Be done in June. Can maybe be done in June. Because of the local, I don't know if I should have, like, it becomes so much information. We make 3 pieces of software. Yeah, this is like the overview kind of thing that I should definitely have somewhere. I'm gonna have it on the whiteboard, but I should also have it on the backlog document. We make 3 pieces of software, Godot project with full feature game mechanics. Test with players, no content. 3D map to bridge 3D world for the game. Game content populator software to easily populate with all content and trade on content quality. June. First waterfall plan. We make the plan for game mechanics. This needs to be cleaned up a lot. Like, I cannot just take this and put it somewhere. This is several things at once. it's this text, and this text is several parts, and then it's this image as well. So, but I couldn't divide this into several different whiteboard images because they're too connected to each other. So let's go step by step. Semi-waterfall method. One step per waterfall plan. Several iterations, one step. Use backlog system. Okay, I'm gonna write semi-waterfall plan. No, actually, I'm going to make another sheet, which is the overview. Or is it the plan? Or is it the success plan? Or big plan? June, July, August, September, October. So it's 4-month plan. There we go. Two big iterations. Creates 2 full feature games. Gives 2 chances to succeed. Okay, can be done in June. That's not what I was thinking. Semi-waterfall method. Yeah. That is also no 9 steps per big iteration. Goes through all creates 1 full HU game. And then step several iterations per step. Couple of days per iteration. Okay, that's done. First part is done. How do I cross it out or something? I guess I'll just manually remember where I am. In June I can plan the whole waterfall with first plan June I can plan. I can use free AI. I can run local AI. Make complete dive deep to make thorough plans, complete plans, very thought out. Features and architecture to just feed into AI so it can develop everything. Make sure you understand all plans. You must review all AI work. Free AI can be used to plan. Free AI can be used to QA on and review and improve. Once per day during development. AI by AI. Start with software agent to make Godot project. That's what I can do in June. We make 3 pieces of software. 3 pieces of software. Godot game. Wait a minute. Don't I need software to use Quen to write the Godot game? I might. I use Quen and then a harness. And then it does the work. I might need to use Quen and a harness to make the Godot game. I might need to make small pieces of software to direct when the start of the root AI theory system. So it becomes as automatic as possible. But I get like if then it's 4 pieces of software. let's not say small. I might need to make one more software. Three to four pieces of Godot game, the map tool, works independently from Godot engine, creates files that Godot engine can receive, and 3D map is optimized so Godot runs smoothly. And then we have the atelier. Let's start game atelier. Used to iterate faster on the game. Used to efficiently use time to increase quality of the game. Iterate, used to iterate locally on the game. Okay, here we go. Okay, that's good enough. Godot project with full features, game mechanics, test with players, no content. Well, in June, yeah, okay. Or not in June, but in the beginning, it's in the first steps. 3D maps are procedural game. Game content parts also easily populated without content iterated content quality. Good. June, first work for plan. We first make the plan for the game mechanics. Done. Feature complete. Done. Testable UI with players. That has to be included here. Test game with players. What's the definition of done of testing the game with players? Recordings, video and audio and screen recordings. The purpose is to validate the game mechanics and to use it to remove game mechanics so the game is easy to play for the target audience and fun. This is important to do don't need to write that. Must be fun. Point and click driving. Okay, these are the... Right. Point and click driving. Well, I just realized that this leads to a Google document. This sprint is not planned for. Here. Develop. That's another sprint or several sprints. From full game mech plan. What? Playable game. Godot. I'm not sure if this game player should be here. Why did I need to make this? In order to put something here. Yeah, in order to put the test. I wanted to put the test there. Then it should kind of be two different sprints, unless the goal of this sprint is to get video and audio and screen recordings for validating game mechanics. That makes it a kind of a more abstract sprint, a bigger sprint in a sense. Or test data, playing also. Okay, good. One click, driving on small test 3D map to just test. I think this is necessary to put in to deal. I'm just going to deal with this later on the planning. Here. So this, I make sure this goes in here. Yeah, that's good. That is good. I think that's good enough. I'm not reading all of it, but I think I will deal with it then. Is this spec-driven development? There's a good question that I could look at on a Monday. What is spec-driven development? Maybe I'll learn something new, or maybe not. Put it as a note on my Monday plan, so I can study is what spectrum I want with this. And what do we have here? June 2nd waterfall plan. That's planned as 3D map tool. We cannot include exactly what files it will output since we need to develop the Godot feature complete. First, in the feature complete, we find a way to optimize and show all the graphics. We can still plan all necessary features a user needs, and we can make sure the program can make what is needed from the geographical data. It is a scoped version of the features to make the 3D town. Optimizing the 3D models is essential for it to work, but this part of the plan must be made after the game mechanics Godot project is developed. Then we know what files Godot needs. We know what optimization methods we use. This tool is completely disconnected from Godot, creates files that Godot can read later on. The plan contains a full feature list, and the architecture plan is done later. After we know what optimization methods we use. Not just later, we're being specific here. Okay, and then we just take this chunk and we toss it into it's not really a sprint, it's more like it's not the full atelier plan, it's the 3D. There will be 9 of these sprints. Plan 3D map. Actually, that one can still be there. This one goes on there. Yep. Plan 3D map, and I was thinking of pasting something here. Yeah. It's a different way of working with sprints. Like it's not like I'm following one sprint and then the next sprint and the next sprint and the next on the same project. Instead, I work on this sprint. And then I change project and I work on that sprint, change project, work on that sprint, so that sprint. And then I come back and work on the first sprint again. And then, so it's still sprints, but they are kind of interlocked or something, like everything it's just connected. There is a risk of context switching, the cost of context switching, but I can review every sprint I've done. After every sprint I can go back to my big plan and I can rethink everything, and I can just continue with the same sprints, or I can do whatever. But there is a risk of the cost of context switching. But the idea is like, the whole point is just one thing, one big thing, which is to make the game. So by context switching, I get different perspectives on the same goal. So it's the same purpose, same goal. It's just different aspects of it, different themed sprints or something. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, I don't know. Is this picture okay? Cool. I've gone through the text. Now let's look at this image to see if we can learn something more. And after I looked at this image, I will train, do my daily exercise. Full architecture from spec. I should make sure that this is feature complete, game mechanics, detail list, complete project architecture. What files? Each file and it's the prompt to create it, to send to software agent. Yeah. Mechanics, 4 weeks sprint. I was thinking maybe I can have 4 weeks, but I think I will only have 2 weeks now in the first big iteration, and then 2. Actually, that's a good thing to put here, isn't it? But I would like the boxes to be the same size if I'm gonna do that here. Maybe that's good enough. And then we can have month. June, July, actually just J, A, S, O, and make them like that. This should be like that. I think I should make a different one. Yeah, I need to make a different one because it needs to be signed in a completely different way. Full plan. And then timeline. 5 months. Timeline. And here I have month, and then a week, and then day. It's gonna be a lot. June. And then I have, like, I want to create a kind of calendar here. Can I get... I wonder if there's an easy way to create a calendar. Maybe I should save this task until later. That will be a backlog calendar timeline. That is what I will do when I get back from training, or when I get back from eating, or when I get back from everything. I'll add talk to Gemini. About making it fast. Good. Yes, and let's not get distracted. Let's finish this first. We might have 4-week sprints. This is what triggered me to think about the time. But we'll see that from using the time, making the timeline in Google Sheets. Feature complete testable UI. I should add that to develop for Game Mac. The purpose of this sprint is to validate the game mechanics. So that I know the game contains all necessary mechanics that the player wants. So I don't have to develop more game mechanics. Fun, point-and-click drive. Test map. I always forget which button is control. Only test map. No. Only test map. But must be big. So the map optimization is developed in this sprint. No content in this sprint. Don't fill game with content. how do I frame it so it's easy to understand? Only use content to verify game mechanics. This is not the full game. Test Groundhog Day mechanics. Yeah. Day. Point and click. Driving. Groundhog Day. Those are the main things. And then planning the second. Waterfall 3D model tool. Full architecture from spec. Not only a plan of features, but also full architecture with all files necessary and what each file does, so it can be fed into AI to develop everything, so you know the whole plan and understand the architecture. This is kind of, in a sense, naive, and like it's a kind of semi-waterfall way of doing it. But the reason I'm doing this is because during June I will probably not be able to. Maybe I should write that down in that case. I guess that information will fall behind in between the chairs. But if I can develop now in June, then I can start iterating instead of making the full architecture plan. Instead, I'll make one feature at a time. But with AI, things are changing, and AI might be able to make a complete great architecture. But it's the architecture has to be implemented in order for me to review it, because even if I mentally just review it, I can check for what I see is wrong, but it needs to be developed and then see, oh, we also need to create this file. Oh, we should not have created these files. This solution is not working because blah 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 blah. But still, it's something to test with AI. It's a way to decrease the context. I wonder if planning code can be divided. Yeah, this is root AI theory ideas. Dividing planning software to several different things. Each AI is responsible for each module and not the whole architecture. More like a decentralized architecture where it will be less optimized, but yeah, that's interesting. We will come to that later, naturally. We don't need to think about that now. Because now when I'm making the quen to make like a one script or whatever, and manually I'm working with AI to make the architecture and plan, then if I make quen work very well, then the next step is to think, oh, how do I divide this plan into things that can be fed into quen? So what kind of AI should I use there? And that's when I start to think about one AI should not be making the whole plan. Instead, we should have different AIs that makes modules for each part, and then an AI that decides what models we need and like make it simple. I think I will naturally come to that conclusion. Potentially I could write it as a note on the root AI document or something. But no, that's not the goal here. The goal is to finish the game. Yeah, that is done. That is done. I still need to keep this document because some of the post-its that I wrote are referring to this. These are the post-its I wrote. They're going on the whiteboard. And this should be all the necessary information to put on this whiteboard. And there should be no other information on this whiteboard. This is all that should be here. That should be easy enough to do later. To just put that up there. Still requires a lot of work. But it is straightforward work. It's not a cognitive complex work. It's not cognitively complex. So it might be something that I can do later today without any problems. Now I can... Huh? Do I have two? What? Or did I accidentally press like some commands to make... Okay, well this one doesn't contain the white background, so maybe I'll just save this one as the previous one. Sometimes I have been pressing like some kind of Control D or something. It duplicates the whole project. What? I just pressed saved as. Why didn't it save it when I pressed saved as? Okay. Done. now it is time to find the training video for today. I was thinking maybe just doing my yoga, but I kind of feel like I've been doing those yogas for... I've been doing this yoga for 2 days in a row now, and these are not aerobic exercises, so it's not the optimal for cognitive performance. You want aerobics is slightly different from aerobic exercises, but I don't think they are doing aerobic exercise. This is more of aerobic exercise. That's not a good image, I don't think. It is low to high intensity. Aerobic is defined as relating to, involving, or requiring oxygen. Whereas refers to the use of oxygen to meet energy demands during exercise via aerobic metabolism adequately. Aerobic exercise is performed by repeating sequences of light to moderate intensity activities for extended periods of time. According to the World Health Organization, over 31% of adults and 80% of adolescents fail to maintain the recommended levels of physical activity. Examples of cardiovascular or aerobics exercise are medium to long distance running, jogging, swimming, cycling, stair climbing, and walking. I just realized something. I have not been running for a while. That might be today's piece of work, piece of exercise. It's not a sunny day, so it's not the most optimal day. It's well, now it's starting to get a bit sunny, but it might rain. I don't really feel like jogging, but I kind of feel like jogging. Before deciding, let's look. I want to go through this aerobic exercise kind of situation first. Yeah, here's the one thing that I wanted to look at. Beats per minute. Heartbeats per minute. Am I in the way for some of these numbers? Yes. But you can see now you can see aerobic tempo here in the middle. Aerobic, cardio, endurance training. So depending on your age, but heartbeats ranges from 140 to 105. And in the middle we have 126. I am between 35 and 40, so between 130 and 126. So if my heart rate is between this, I'm doing aerobics. And this is really easy, almost easy for me to count, because it's almost 2 times per second, 2 beats per second. Here would be 2 beats per second. 120 beats per minute, that would be 2 beats per second. So if second is then heartbeats would be I don't have a heart monitoring device, so I do it the standard way. But basically I have a good feeling. I've measured my pulse when I'm doing stuff, and I have a general feeling of it. At least my heartbeat has to be faster than 2 beats per second. And that I can get a feeling like if my heartbeat is faster than this, and it should not be anaerobic, which is much faster. Well, not much faster. I think I usually I don't know. Hiking on flat ground. I don't think that gives me that kind of heartbeat. Dancing depends on the dancing. Bicycling at less than 16 kilometers per hour. Yeah, maybe. Moderate walking. That's kind of a slow pace. Gardening depends on how you do the gardening. Jogging. Jogging and gardening are very different. Like, Aerobic exercise and fitness can be contrasted with anaerobic exercise, of which strength training and short distance running are the most salient examples. The two types of exercise differ by duration and intensity of muscular contractions involved, as well as by how energy is generated within the muscle. Common kettlebell exercises combine aerobic and anaerobic aspects, allowing 24 hours of recovery between aerobic and strength exercise leads to greater fitness. I see. So anyway, when I studied cognitive science and wanted to get the best exercise for the brain, I read in a paper that aerobic exercise at least 20 minutes 2 times a week. That's what I read is the best for cognitive performance. So I aim to do it every third day, basically. At least. Well, I actually prefer to do it every day because it really clears my mind. I think long-term cognitive performance, it's enough with 2 times a week. But if you want to have full cognitive performance every day, like there are short-term benefits of going into aerobic tempo, because that's when you can get like these effects on your mind. And anaerobic and VO2 max, like here you can really get some short-term effects on the mind that enhances your cognitive abilities, your ability to focus, your well-being, a feeling of well-being, because you get endorphins and probably that leads to serotonin. Serotonin leads to better focus and better like momentum in your trying to achieve goals. I think anaerobic exercise leads to, what's it called? Mjölksyra, acid in your muscles, because the muscles are using up all the energy, all of the oxygen, and then they continue to work, but with lack of oxygen they produce this other substance that creates the burning sensation, the short-term burning sensation. That's what I think anaerobic is. And VO2 max, I think this is the stuff that you only do like for a couple of minutes. Like, I think VO2 max is anaerobic. Or maybe it's like you do aerobic as fast as possible, as hard as possible, until you reach anaerobic. And that's VO2 max, maybe. I don't know, I haven't looked into it. So, I wonder how I should do this. I wonder if I can I see my own... Can I see my location on Google Maps live? Because I can't bring the stream with me on the jog, but it would be fun. GPS on my phone and see my live position on the computer on Google Maps. Android find. This might be a little bit dangerous because I don't want to share some sensitive information, like so people always can see my location. I found my device. I prefer the satellite without labels. This can be quite fun. I'm gonna do... I'm gonna do a yoga. I'm gonna do a I'm gonna duplicate this one. I'm gonna call it the jogging setup of the stream, and I'll have the webcam running in the corner, small, but I'm not gonna have the screen, or maybe I'll have the screen, but I want to add a filter. A crop filter. something like this. Yeah. Cool. Let's remove, like, how much of the top can that be? 100 pixels? 200? Let's remove until the map's below 200. And just remove 50 from the bottom. And I want to center it, so I also want to remove something more from the or less from the right. No, I think it's gotta be 2. And then we'll remove 700. And then jogging GIF. What's a good jogging GIF? I don't want a black one. I will, because it's gonna be disappearing, because I'm gonna have it on the side here. Which one should I have? This one looks simple and silly, but its neck looks quite... but it's kinda good. This one is funny. It's more of a power walk. This one is way too laggy. This is a real person. This one looks like a game character. Here we have a basketball player. Pretty natural jogging. Here we have some first attempts to learn animation. And here we have a real bouncy. And here we have a determined walker. Here we have something really small working out. Kind of strict. And here we have a fun Batman version, which I think this is the right one. Say image, put it in pictures maybe. Jogging Batman. Oh, that's the wrong window. Let's see if I can add this to the stream. Image. Picture. There we go. And then just add a new text. Or maybe it's just a training. I seem to have trouble picking up the training one. go. That's fun. That's fun. Okay, I'm gonna go for a jog and maybe you'll see where I run. And I can look back. It would be fun if I had a heart monitor, then I could put my heartbeat on the stream. Okay, I'm gonna leave. Sometimes I listen to music, sometimes I don't listen to music. Today I think to release my cognitive load, I will not listen to any music. One problem with having my phone is that my pants slowly creep down when I jog. I jog using these kind of barefoot shoes. It's not really barefoot shoes, it's I bought them from Temu, very cheap. I think they are more like bath shoes, like pool shoes, walking around on a pool. And they have holes in the sole there, which helps the water drain, but it also means that my feet get soaked in puddles, and also these small holes create, when I jog, they create extra kind of friction on under my feet. So I develop special calluses at these points. But to mitigate that, I have socks. Yeah, now I'm gonna do training. I'm gonna aim for 30 minutes of training. I'm gonna jog to a place where I can do pull-ups, and then I'm gonna do a couple of pull-ups, and then I'm gonna jog back. And maybe that will be around 30 minutes. Done. Took 40 minutes. I counted my pulse. "35 beats on 15 seconds. "35 beats per 15 seconds. That's 1 beat per 2.5. No, that's not what I wanted. 15 divided by 35. That's 0.4285711429 beats per second times 60. That is 25 beats per second. That doesn't make sense. What? I was correct with the first calculation. I always get this mixed up. 35 beats on 15 seconds means 2.3 beats per second times 60. That is 140 beats per second. I am between 35 and 40. I've got between aerobic and anaerobic tempo. Between anaerobic and aerobic. So, well, I guess it was aerobic because 126 up to 130, 140. So I was like here. Upper level aerobic tempo. Jogging. Cool. The time was good. It was long enough for me to forget troubles and start to think creatively. I don't know if the phone tracking situation worked. Okay, something is... What? Oh, I changed the screen. Okay. I'll just remove the screen and add. So I don't want to add. What? Why doesn't it show? Why is it so freaking small? Screen capture. Select monitor. I can't select monitor. Is there some trouble with the... raw memory or something? There we go. Yeah, I was gonna check if the phone tracking situation worked. I'm going to my own channel. Here's my live. And let's see how it looks. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. It didn't work. It didn't update as I was moving. Okay, it's good to know. What I also did on the way back, I picked up an old poster where I was teaching creating images with AI at the local library. I had two participants. One was the librarian that helped me arrange it, and one was a lady. It was in April I did this. Maybe I'll do something more like this, maybe not. And I just realized I was thinking about the offer of doing a lecture at Godot library, and if I do that, then I should aim to scale up. If it's good to do once, then it's good, then it should be done several times. Like just once, that is just too much custom work on one thing. But if it should be done, then why shouldn't I do it at every library, like locally? But I couldn't come up with a good reason right now to do it, other than just like non-profit helping people. But I could do that, but I've learned through my life that helping people when I don't have enough, it's not the way to go. It's better to make sure that I have enough in my bucket that it flows over, and when it flows over, the overflow can be given. But right now, I am in the AI race, and my finances are not stable, etc., etc. So I think I cannot do this for free, basically. My time is incredibly valuable. Anyway, I also got some weird things. Like, I got 2 of these in my mailbox, and it says, like, it's got my address on it, and I think it's connected to the fiber optics they installed, but I don't know why they sent it to me. They just put it in my mailbox. Maybe they just wanted to get rid of it, or maybe someone is thinking I am responsible for internet at this place. ESU. Maybe it's changing of the number of the apartment. No. ESU ändring boende. I don't think it's a good thing for me to prioritize figuring this out, because I don't think it matters at all. Vad är ESU ändring boende? Okay. What? Seems to be something completely else. What is this? There's no company named here. There's no municipality. There's no address. It's just me and my neighbor who are newly moved in here. It says my apartment number is not in ESU. There are 6 in ESU. Maybe it's something like this house used to have it, or yeah. I don't think I should have gotten this. I'll just throw it away. Okay, my mind is from the workout dull. I feel under my feet a bit of strain, and I think I should have drunk some water before I ran. So the next best thing is to drink some water now. I've been sweating, so I think it's a good time to drink my rehydrate. Hydrate tablet pill. I just realized I have some soup, which is part of my smart plan of rehydrating without artificial stuff and in a natural way and saving money. It's basically my homemade rehydrate. It's just soup. It's basically the stock from what I usually make. It's great, real salty. I got one more of these left. And I'm also gonna take the rehydrate. Because I don't know how much potassium is in the other one. I don't think it's enough. Whew. Almost too much water, but I think it's an abundance amount of water, which will just do good. Now I'm gonna take a shower. That's a nicer view. Oh, that was nice. I was thinking showering is like maybe more important than training. It really refreshes your mind. I'm a bit tired, just a little bit tired, but in a calm way, not in a problematic way, more like sleepy. And I think it's because I went to bed at like 00 a.m. and then I went up to at 10. Usually I need 12 hours of sleep to be fully rejuvenated. I met a couple of organisms or beings on my walk. I met Sebastian, a local game developer, and I met one mosquito who bit me in my head and one mosquito who were flying around, and I heard some birds, and I saw some kids playing in a park, and yeah, I don't feel that hungry. 15:57. I should make food anyways, and I should kind of, I don't know if I should leverage this kind of sleepiness. And no, you know what I feel like? I feel like listening to some music that inspires me about the game, because when I did the shower I was really feeling, ooh, I want to see a good detective movie from the 40s or 50s. I've seen most of them, or I don't know if I've seen most of them, but I've seen so many that it's getting tricky to find more. But I've only seen The Thin Man is a good one, and I haven't seen the second Thin Man. So I'm gonna find the name of the Thin Man series. Let's see, the Thin Man series, Thin Man from 34, that's, I've seen that one. After the Thin Man, I have not seen. Another Thin Man, Shadow Thin Man, Thin Man Goes Home, Song of Thin Man. I'm reluctant to watch like sequels and stuff, because usually I feel like they are not at all as good as the original. But I might give this a shot, but preferably I would want to watch something that is more serious, or something, I don't know, something that's really clever but slightly more serious than The Thin Man. I'm not sure what. I'm gonna see if I have seen this one already. New Year's Eve. Okay, people have been missing. I'm not, I don't want it spoiled. I don't think I've seen that one. Okay, now it's downloading. Should I waste my time on something like watching a little bit of Facebook or TikTok or X, or should I watch Elon Musk summaries or something? Those are usually good when it comes to getting into AI, like overall things, but they are also kind of distracting from what I actually need to do right now. I just remembered. Right, yeah. I think I should make like an overview of all of my systems, my task management systems, so I don't forget them. It's easy to remember things that are on the wall. That's why I like to have things on the wall. No, I like it decentralized, without an overview of the system, and more like each system connects to the system that it needs to connect to. Yeah, that is the way to scale. And yeah, that's the way to scale, and that means a dynamic system. Yeah. Yep. There's something in me that makes me want to just go to Facebook and see something. I think it's some social part of me that just wants connection. In some kind of controlled way, or like the feed I have on Facebook, it's adjusted to my interests, so I get to reflect on things that are related to wow, this is pretty cool image. I don't know, but I'm trying to, getting rid of distractions and stuff, but at the same time I think distractions are necessary for your brain to take a break from things that you are doing, especially your prefrontal cortex that handles executive functions. Where's the motion tool? These are a bunch of movement data, kind of very simplified robots or something. It seems like it's for game development, maybe. Interesting nonetheless. And Grok is doing something. View and managing memory. Cool. But this is pretty cool. Fighting agencies reachable. It's nice, very polished. Nice. A very special mouse. Maybe this is a good idea. This is probably more interesting than they portray. This is probably one of those things that is hard to convey the value of. Like, you don't, like, what is this? A textbook that starts where you are? It's an ad, obviously. Graded disinformation. So this is probably worth checking out, but the marketing is just, it's hard to market innovation sometimes. Looks great. Here we see some robots assembling things. This is an interesting bet. Like, if you say yes and Jesus Christ returns, you probably don't need money, so you don't need to win this bet. If you say no, then if Jesus doesn't come, then you win money. That's a good. Or Jesus comes and then you probably don't care that you've lost this money. So this is like, this is if you could bet on this, that's probably smart. Cool. Something like this I would like for my game. But this is not based on real. It takes inspiration from London and generates new London. This is the next step for AI operating systems. This is interesting. A bunch of robots. Cool. I'm quickly gonna check out this ad up here. To type topic, to level, open beat, zero parameters, topic. A clear path you can follow. See it in action first. Tell us what you want to learn, okay. Then you control pace, I mean, to the ideas, questions, or slow down, and speed flow. Guide us with your progress. Confusion shapes what text comes. I've been thinking of making something like this, and they have made it. And this might be a good way to learn stuff. It depends on how well they have done it. I'm gonna try it out. It's interesting. It seems to be quite aimed toward this. Is I made an account using my Google account, and this is how it looks. How transformers. It seems to be quite focused on learning AI, which is good. I want to learn about either Godot development or Godot architecture, or what would you like to explore? Either planning or Godot or Quen and Olama, software agent, Mace. Spec-driven development. Context sensor 2 is enough. I am developing a system of where I use a local software agent Quen 2.5 cover 3V to develop my Godot game. The goal is to first discuss the features of the game mechanic features of the game with other agents, with smarter cloud agents, to develop a complete feature list and a complete architecture for the Godot game. Then feed this into the local software agent and review its work to see how small tasks need to be in order for it to achieve 100% success rate on writing software. I feel like I should save this. I'm gonna save this prompt because this is kind of, I might just say this to Gemini or ChatGPT or thing of exploring spec-driven development and see if my system is complete or I can improve it more. I'm just gonna have that there. Full guideline selected, change, hide, starter guide, 6 sections with your first lessons. Okay, I get lessons. It's 2 stages, 6 lessons. Goal sets, length, starter guide. Use default to start. Personalized with questions. Personalized with questions is probably a good idea. Preparing topic questions. Paras is reading the topic. While it does that, I'm gonna microwave some food. Reheating the batch cooker I did yesterday. Roasted sesame seeds, flax seeds, sunflower seeds with some salt, and black pepper also. This is very interesting. I feel like this might be really easy. This might be one of those software tasks where I think it's gonna take a month, or I think it's gonna take 2 years, but it takes 5 days. It might be one of those. Can't talk because I'm eating my sesame seeds. I've taken the information of Paris, this initial, because I think it's asking me what level of detail should the architecture specification targets. High level behavior, technical interface, or pseudocode. And the thing is that the root AI system will have all of this. And this is kind of what I wanted to study. But I'm just gonna bring that up. I need to bring up the image I made yesterday. this. My root AI theory contains all of this, and higher level goals are higher and lower level goals. But what I need to do now is to go to the leaf goal and further down, and this is a testing situation where Quen needs to be tested to see how advanced, how simple do I have to do the goals for Quen to deal with it. But and the thing is that Quen doesn't only need to live on one level. Quen doesn't necessarily need to live on this leaf level down here. Quen can also be here, also be used here, also be used here. It's just that the context needs to be simplified for each task. So when dividing a task, this scripting goal into tasks, this goal also gets simplified into it's not a leaf goal anymore, it's an internal goal. So it has a different way of verifying if it's like, it's more of a QA kind of version. To make it has kind of tests or to check if it's done, and if the child goals are enough to achieve this higher goal. Pseudocode, I like that idea. And I was thinking, like, all of these ideas, I think I should talk to some AI when I'm talking about the architecture. And I guess this is focusing on creating the software that creates the software. So this is the root AI software or whatever. And here I've just written the things that are up here on the background from Paras. These are basically goals or goal types. And the question marks are like, who is the parent of this goal and who is the child of this goal? And Git script probably don't have a child. Just writing one Godot script is probably a leaf goal. And all of the other stuff gets arranged in this hierarchy in order to create this. I don't know what to do with this. I didn't aim to think about these things. But the ad for Paris that I saw on X when scrolling and gathering news, it was good. It was a good distraction. It was a distraction that I had no idea would benefit me, and probably has benefited me. But it also had kind of distracted me to the root theory in general, instead of thinking getting the game done. Where's the notepad? And then I'm just pasting in thing I brought to Paris before. I asked Gemini to use Paras to understand, but I don't think Gemini understands what Paras is. It focuses maybe on the actual pipeline, but it gives very valuable information here. If it's correct. A local 3 billion model like Qwen 2.5 coder excels at isolated code syntax, but struggles with macro architectural design. For Godot development, although development defining strict boundaries such as explicit signal signatures, method arguments, return types, and expected node paths. What is expected node path? Is it file paths? Prevents a 3 billion model from guessing or inventing mismatch APIs. This allows your cloud agents Failure handling, granular task breakdown. Why? This option aligns directly with the explicit goal to see how small tasks need to be in order for you. Maybe it did give a good selection. Maybe it understood it's about studying. Yeah, I need to get back to this work to list the actual features that I need to do game design, basically. Do game design. I'm not gonna ask that question. I'm gonna choose technical interface and granular task. Technical interface contracts and granular task breakdown. And next. I'm so hungry, I want to eat my food, but this is also intriguing. It's good to have this done before I eat food, maybe. But it might be good to enhance my regular intake of food. So maybe I should just continue eating while I do this. I won't be able to talk though so much. Let's get back to Lynn. Good, I chose those. Bridging. Cloud and local. Initially, want to use free cloud agents to create the full list of features for the game and the full architecture the local model cannot figure out. Then I want to fully understand and run this for our architecture plan through several free cloud AI in the browser to really make the plan as correct as possible. Then I want to feed the plan into my agent to develop it. This might be done manually step by step, or I make a automated kind of harness that can do TDD, test driven development, and itself can handle granularity of tasks through iteration and results from then later on I need to connect some API cloud agents that can create images, audio, etc. to generate assets for the game. Assets for the game. Some assets are design assets that determine story and amount of scenes, etc. But this is later. I want to develop AI by AI, so I'll start with being the full with just one Quen agent who has a very small purpose, like writing one script or full spec architecture that was created before. Did I send the image? No, I didn't send the image. There's an image. Choose inference. I'm so used to talking when it's writing, I can't eat. Stop. Very good. It is script class stubs. This is getting so good. The only thing that I don't like is like just in a couple of days or weeks, OpenAI is just gonna release agentic, so this whole system, I don't even need it anymore. Well, this is so there's so many stuff I don't even know that can be used as goals in my hierarchy. I just got an idea. Instead of me figuring out what the best node is, like what type of nodes to use, the agent, I think it's a short-term researcher. The short-term researcher when suggesting to divide goal into sub-goals, some agent researches the best new intermediate step creating new types of goals based on all human knowledge something like that. Like, I don't need to know all of these different categories. The short-term researcher finds the best suggestion. Sauerkraut. I think today will be a really good day. It already is a good day. Maybe it's the silence before the storm. Maybe this is the worst day of my life, I just don't know yet. Okay, let's start the first lesson, see what happens. I did press it, right? And now they should say like, oh, good job, sign up with your credit card to try, or something. They usually do it like that. But I don't know about Paris. Paris might give actually free. I really feel like drinking milk. But I don't have a lot of milk left. I thought it was stuck at 39%. Architecting with cloud intelligence. I like that. I like that. Architecting with cloud intelligence. Yes. Okay, bridge, yeah, I already know this, but maybe it's show example, slow down, I'm stuck, ask, show an example, you've used the included in-lesson help requests. Start multiply for more help inside lessons. Okay. Well, I haven't really used it since I didn't get anything, but okay. I pressed continue, but I don't see that anything is happening. I can't press continue. I guess they are I guess they haven't even tested their own product that much, have you? I can't click anywhere. Oh. Maybe it was thinking when I clicked continue and then I had to think for a while. Okay, another bridge. I don't know what bridge means. There's why cloud-based planning passes use from the beginning. Smarter agents are good at turning an open-ended game process into complete feature list according to the architecture. In this role, they are not just writing finally, they are defining what the game must contain, all the parts related, and which parts will launch, script, and all. But MySQL is strongly different. Yeah, I know this too. I feel like it's just giving me back what I already gave it. From ideas to interface contracts, a useful specification for automatic Godot should not stay at the level of themes or design intent, it should become a technical contract. What happens? A precise agreement specifying class methods, signal signatures, and data structures that code must follow, reducing ambiguity for mathematics. That means the architecture should describe specific class methods, signature, signal signatures. Yeah, I would like to know more about this. Declarations that define the name and parameters of a single node. A signal a node can emit, ensuring consistent communication between components. Yeah, sure. That I was thinking it would meant that, but I thought it was more complex. And data structures that the implementation must respect. When the specification names what each component accepts, produces, and depends on. I feel like this is like input-output kind of thing. This is good. What it accepts, what it produces, and depends on, it becomes much easier to divide work into tasks that a logic agent can complete reliably. It's much easier to divide work. Yeah. Well, yeah, okay. I got an idea that later on I will just take all of this, give it to Gemini, and see what it can come up with. Implement inventory. This kind of contract is especially important when you expect local model to handle only small pieces of work at a time. A broad request like implement inventory leaves too many choices open. A contract-driven request instead says, "Ooh, agent reports, agent capability reports." I just wrote a question: what goal granularity / type can a specific model handle, such as Quen 2.5 coder 3B? In the long research team, they evaluate the work of a model on goals such that a total model work quality report can be written. I'm rewriting it a bit to simplify it. A total model work quality report can be written and updated as the model attempts to achieve goals. The report contains what goal granularity / types it can handle with 100% success rate and what goals it cannot handle. This makes it very structured on what a model can do and what a model cannot do. And it makes it easy for the harness or whatever the root AI system overall, how it delegates tasks to models so that first of all we have enough different models that all of the goals can be achieved, and yeah, make sure that each goal is handled by a model that preferably has 100% success rate. He's not really teaching me a lot of new stuff. The tricky thing with this paras thing is like when I selected what I wanted to study, I chose the things that I thought I needed to study. And I needed some kind of understanding, like this is what I want to study. But I know too much about the things, or it's not really teaching me new things. It's like, it's very simple or easy or obvious or redundant or something. But maybe it's necessary to be this thorough, to be clear and align the whole course. This is interesting. Now, regarding my eating my meal. Previously I wanted to drink milk. Now I don't feel as much desire to drink milk. Instead, I have the desire to eat an apple. And what I think has happened is that my blood sugar has gone even lower, such that my body craves even more sugar. I think it's, but I have eaten now for a while potatoes and stuff, which when you start to eat directly after, the body secretes sugar into the bloodstream because it knows it's gonna get more from the stomach. But maybe, I don't know. Okay, I guess it's thinking now. I wonder if you can learn things from pairs that are extremely hard to find information on, like learning a practical way to do anti-gravity or making a time-traveling machine. I wonder what happens if Paris gets the instruction to teach how to build a time-traveling machine. Will it come up with a real solution? Or will it say it's not possible? Or will it hallucinate a bunch of stuff and give a solution that doesn't work? Maybe I need to click one more time. Okay, I need to click one more time. Okay, yeah, that's good. I wanted to a more like wider, like the whole thing. All of these different granules that I need. Because I'm not sure a cloud agent can architect the whole game features correctly. I'm assuming it won't do it all correctly. One local section. Yeah, this is what I say task agents and not role agents. That's my way of explaining this. Micro tasks is also a good word. Okay, I don't know if it's already said this, but maybe it's summarizing what we talked about. Review loop around success rates. Did I mention success rates? I did, didn't I? Yeah, 100% rate and right. So yeah, this is good. Request too large, too ambiguous, or too dependent on hidden contexts. Yeah. That's my short research team. It's supposed to figure this out. If the request was too large, like the context too large, too ambiguous, if it's what's written in unclearly and it needs to be rewritten, or dependent on hidden context that we need to add more. I haven't thought about this one before, but yeah, that we might be missing some context. But yeah, one of the idea there was to have to add another parent to a goal. Calibration process. Right. One contract at a time. Contract is kind of a good term to use. It might be, yeah, every line. It might be that each line here is a contract. Maybe. I was just thinking maybe I can make an interactive kind of version here, where I can make this into a button and I can click it and get more information about the connection between goals, a contract line, or communication line, or shared context line. Try free for 3 days, unlike the rest of this guide. Monthly parameter has 5 remaining lesson, keeps in lesson help available. I'm gonna see if I can try free for 3 days, or I'm actually quite tired now, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna save this and just name it Paras. And maybe I'll get back to it. It was working quite slow, but it also that helped keep the same momentum, that it didn't introduce too many new concepts at one time. It's like it introduced like one new not one new concept, but one new idea per part. And the part was very well connected to previous ideas. Oh wait, I was planning to get all of this. What do you think of this as the foundation to my system? Food done. I'm tired. I wonder if I should continue working or if I've done a lot of stuff that is in my subconscious now, and that I should not use my executive function to force my brain to think certain things, and instead let my subconscious kind of consolidate all of the ideas. Yeah, I think that's the correct thing to do. Because I'm set up pretty well for next work session. There are many things I can do and new potentials that I can do. Oh, I just remember one thing I haven't done today. Check my calendar and look for a job. Maybe I'll do that later. Yeah, I think I've done progress today. I worked through all of the whiteboards planning. So the next step regarding whiteboard is to take those post-its and draw on that big whiteboard the big plan, and then that will lead to me needing to calculate how many days every sprint gets, which takes me to this step, which is to make the backlog calendar timeline. So I'm gonna take a piece of tape and tape it to that board maybe, so I don't start to try to estimate things there. Instead use this to estimate things. Or yeah, because that bigger plan will help me understand, verify this timeline, what it needs to be divided into. I'll just put that there. And this one needs to be cleaned up, so when I get another idea I can easily write there. All that stuff is root theory stuff mostly. I'm gonna take an image, but the question is, what should I do with this image? Where should I put it? Maybe I'll put a sprint backlog for this system. And there I just put the image like I've done with all the other sprints. Even though I'm not gonna have this sprint. Maybe. But I might use this stuff. Yeah. I was gonna go into my photos, but I shouldn't show that. Still waiting for the image to upload. done. It's in the atelier. Or maybe it's in here. No. It's not really the atelier. Yeah. I think I gotta duplicate this and change this to backlog for root AI. There we go, that's the image. And it's just a backlog. Good. I was thinking copy paste local file watcher system. Yeah, that was a long sidetrack from taking a little break and scrolling on social media and clicking an ad of Paris. Very interesting. This is also why I do the streams, to see these kind of happenings on how I get sidetracked, or maybe you can call it successfully sidetracked, if you can call it that. Now I'm gonna clean that whiteboard. Can I put the camera somehow? Yeah. This is like cleaning my context if I were an AI, like removing context. I have consolidated this to my Google Drive, and now I've cleaned my working memory. The difference between AI and a human is that a human takes much more, like just cleaning this doesn't mean that I can start working here. But an AI, if you just delete, then you can just continue the new contexts. good, that's done. I just remember that I need to check if I have something super important that I need to do today. AI by AI music track. I don't know if I need that one. Maybe on Monday, when I have my AI studies, maybe I can listen to that one while I have AI studies. Planned June is still going on, and soon half of June has passed, and yeah, it's not good to plan a month inside a month, but it's a special situation now. I'm gonna make sure that I plan July at the end of June. I might even have it planned in here. No, I don't have it planned in there. Cut and freeze our sprouting potatoes. That's something I could do. Look for a job, something that I should do. And I guess it might be pretty easy to do. One thing I haven't done today is check my email. That might also be a good thing to do. Actually, I think I should go to my... I'm gonna go to my mail, because I have a specific website I'm signed up for. Here. Here's my in-game job inbox. I've set up a filter, so I subscribe to these in-game jobs. And I've set up a filter in Gmail, so all of these come into the one folder. So when I want to look for a job, I can click this one and I get some suggestions, UX, UI designer, and then I can easily look for this job. That's what this is in game. These are remote, so I don't write anything there. Oh wait, the UX design title goes there, the link goes there, and then I copy my letter, I hit apply. Oh, now I have to log in. Maybe later. And the strange thing is, like, when I come here I have to also reload this one. Then I should not show all that stuff. I add my CV, check that I'm not a robot. I was not a robot today. Successful. And then I just copy this name of the company and put it there. And boom, I have found a job. Maybe Grok has found something also. I can sometimes, if I find a job but don't have time to look for it right now, I just put the link to the job like that. So when I come here I can look for these jobs. Good. Checked on my job, and now I'm gonna do this because I don't need to think when I do this, and I can't think right now. I just got really happy because I remember this after I eat my dinner. I usually have a little bit of milk and frozen blueberries and like a tablespoon of my cacao mix, and this heated up with my cacao mix really makes me feel good. I guess here's some repeating. I see. It's a little bit hot. I'll open her up. Window a little bit more. Closing the blinds. I wish I was this tired at the end of the day instead of now. My cardboard box where I keep my monitor, it's getting weaker and weaker. Maybe I don't need it. I needed it before, but now I don't. I might need it again. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I mainly needed it to be able to turn this monitor and see it from the sofa. But that was important when I was watching movies, mostly. I guess if I have a long-term work on a whiteboard, then I want to see the chat. Anyway, cut and freeze all sprouting potatoes is done. I've done all the tasks for today. And now I was tempted to go to Facebook. Okay. Anthropic now says it's changing course and that Claude Fable 5 safeguard for AI development will be visible to users. If the company suspects the user is trying to use Claude to build a highly capable AI, it will alert them that it's either refusing the request or rerouting user to a less capable model. Anthropic reversed the policy after it received fierce backlash from the AI research community. Anthropic has already taken steps to limit competitors from using Claude to build closed and open source AI models, but critics say that quietly degrading the model's performance for certain users went a step too far. Claude's coding agent has become a favored tool among developers, including those working on open source AI research projects, and researchers tell Wired that the company's latest policy could have led to a troubling future in which only a handful of leading AI labs could perform advanced AI research. Definitely. It's still like it's still gonna happen. Like that's still gonna happen. There is no way people without millions are gonna be able to do AI research at the same levels as someone who has millions of dollars. Like, I could go much further if I had millions of dollars, but I don't have that right now, at least. Cool fixes. Sure. Oh, I see this. This is about AI. Expectation. The box. The AI is in the box. Psych. Risk. Exclusion. Whisper zone. It's acausally. It's acausally trading with a cosmic host. It's auto-catalyzing new physics. I love decision theory. Our damned foolish hubris to think we could chain a god. The reality, the box. No, stop, it's cozy in here. Task reminder, you have a highly effective goal-oriented agent. I'm a poet. I am the void. I don't know about that one. Cool, this is pretty cool. Monkey Island, great game. Interesting effects. This is some party. $3 million tokens. When it comes to grok build, that's $3. So you get $3. Cool. Beautiful. Yeah, that's cool. Sometimes when I encounter an image like this, it really gives me that kind of adventure, Dungeons and Dragons kind of feeling. Then I save it to a folder which is LOS images. Stands for Land of Stone. It is a game I really want to make, but it's an MMO. So that means it's a huge project. It's not the fastest path to making a successful game studio, for sure. That is a massive red. Not sure if it's true. Yeah, that's the gold. We struck gold on Facebook. We struck the gold. The entire point of life is to take chances on dreams that seem crazy to most, but feel like destiny to you. Actually, we're gonna put a love on that one. Done. We've struck gold. We're done with Facebook. Facebook is complete. I've been streaming for 8 hours and 12 minutes. A train is going by. Something. Camera is not focusing. Strange. I'm gonna drink my magic potion and watch the second Thin Man movie, and relax. And I will be closing the stream. I've been very productive today. Yes. Goodbye.